Ahem. Ahem. Okay. Okay. Probably should have stretched before I started this. Where is YouTube? Hello, please. There it is. Okay. Okay, so I haven't streamed in a bit, and that's because I was doing a lot of learning about materials, because I was very bad at them. And I've come out the other side of that, and I understand them a lot better now. I know a lot more. Still quite the noob, but thanks to a lot of Prismatica's videos, I actually understand like the materials ecosystem quite a bit better. Like I understand like what runtime virtual textures are for, and like render targets, and why you use materials and material instances, and like material layering. Still probably pretty bad at all the nodes and stuff, but I was able to rebuild my auto material. Here's the old one. It looks horrible. Like that. This was what I was doing before. It looks horrible, and now it's this, right? So a lot better. So I did that, and I actually parameterized some of the things here, so I have color control over the grass colors, and like I have a bunch of material instances for different colors of grass. Like yellow could be for like like kind of like a Westfall type zone. So that's pretty cool. And then I also have parameters for the height field, like the height lerping. Because you want like sand towards the bottom, and then you want to do like grass, and then you have rock or dirt for the cliffs and stuff. So that's all working a lot better. And so I went down this whole quest, this side quest of learn. Oh, it's a main quest. It's a main quest for learning materials, because I wanted to blend two different materials together dynamically, which is actually something that seems a bit not straightforward. A bit. Because, like, usually when you want to blend two materials together, you put them inside one material graph. And that's not an option for me because everything's procedurally generated, so let's take a look at like the biomes and stuff. Each one of these zones will have a different material on it, and I would need to blend, on this border between the cyan and the red. And so was looking into things like runtime virtual textures, which may still be a solution, but put that aside for now because found out that there was a max, a hard-coded max limit in the engine code for 16 runtime virtual textures. So I was going to do one per biome, and there's definitely more than one. There's definitely more than 16 biomes here. So put that aside for now. And also there was a little problem where procedural meshes couldn't render to render targets. I did end up finding a workaround for that, which involved extending some of the functionality of the procedural mesh component so that it could draw statically in the scene proxy, which was interesting. But put that aside for now, because I hit a bit of a roadblock, and I watched a lot of Prismatica's demos, and I fucking owe him a sub. Charlie's the GOAT, for sure. But I was thinking, like, how am I going to blend between two different materials now that I know all these solutions and stuff? And I was thinking about render targets, and I was like, okay, like I could, so there's decals and there's render targets, which can kind of be used for the same things sometimes. But decals are an extra draw call because it's rendering an extra material. It's not actually doing a blend on the same texture or material. It would be just like laying something on top of it. So I was thinking I could do a decal of, like on the chunk that is the border, just put a decal of the other material, kind of blended. But one better than that would be using vertex colors, is what I found out, which is another thing, thanks to Prismatica, that I've learned a bit about. And I wouldn't necessarily need to do this at runtime, like in response to any player action or anything. But I would need to dynamically do it. And I've kind of gotten that going a little bit. So what I was thinking about doing was using some render targets. I will just take... there are no render targets in here. Interesting. Okay. So my code's wrong here. But I was thinking of just... What am I doing here? So I'm going to take each... like say this is a border chunk right here, right? I'm going to take the material of its neighbor, and I'm going to render that into a render target. I'm going to render this material into a render target as well. And then I'm going to pass both of those render targets into this guy right here, and lerp between them. Based on, and this is where I started to get tripped up a little bit, because I was like, it needs to be based on its location, right? And where they are in reference to each other. So I'm like, we still need some sort of, I need some additional data passed into this material to know which direction to lerp, right? Am I lerping from north to south, east to west, that kind of thing? And that's when I was thinking, okay, vertex, this is making me think vertex coloring, or vertex paint, because I know that I have a bunch of verts in here, and those give me the location, and I can use the location of those to determine how to lerp between, how to interpolate between these two textures. And I was actually looking around, I was like, okay, well, how do I get that location information into the material? And I was looking around at my code, and for the procedural mesh, I actually realized there's a color array that I never bothered to understand what it did, because I was just passing in an empty array in here. But if you look at it, and I was like, wait, I actually have the UV channels in here as well. Here's UV1, UV2, UV3. There's actually 4 different UV channels. And then there's vertex colors. I was like, holy shit. So if I just like, essentially this is what I came up with. I'm essentially going to store directional information in the color, in the vertex colors. So I think what I actually might do is just go straight like that to debug this a little bit, because I took a first pass at it. This is what happened. But yeah, so essentially what I'm doing here is just like, I'm doing a distance to edge. Distance to top edge is just the y, then this is when I'm generating my procedural mesh. The distance to the top edge is just y. Distance to bottom edge is size minus y. Left edge is x, and so on and so forth. And so then I divide it by size to get like a number between 0 and 1. Oh, that's a good, this actually may be where I'm at right now. And then I would want to multiply it by 256. I was thinking in UV coordinates, 0 to 1, which is why I divided by size. We still want to. That'll give me a number between 0 and 1, which I will then multiply by 256 to get the proper color. And so essentially what I'm doing here is storing the distance to the relevant edge. R is top, G is bottom. Ooh, bottom. Let's do top. I actually did these a little bit backwards, didn't I, for what I have? Bottom left, top right, bottom left. Yeah, okay, so this is right. So I actually had them a little bit backwards here too. So fucked up there a little bit. That's okay. And then in the step of my procedural generation where I'm applying the material, I need to iterate over all the neighbors. If they don't have different materials, I'm going to check which direction we're in and create a render target for that direction and render that chunk's material to that render target. So essentially, like we're creating like a copy of what the chunk looks like, and then I'm going to use those copies to lerp. And yeah. That's the idea. And then I create a new material instance of that noise. And whoop. And then yeah, I have parameters for the cardinal directions because we're squares, right? I mean, I'm not a square, but the chunks are squares. Is what I'm trying to say. So yeah, I'm just setting the relevant render targets then, and the material should then have the vertex colors. All these vertex colors should have the packed-in information of it'll essentially just be like a smooth gradient. And that's just what I'm going to start out with. And I'm trying to get a little fancier with it and do some things with like noise and maybe harder or softer fall-offs. Okay, so here's the vertex colors. Right. Which this seems correct. I don't have the material mind to know if this is all correct and in the directions that I want and stuff. But it looks like red. So north is that way. Hang on, let me get my north is that way. Okay. So red, and then there's yellow, and then what is left would be what now? What would left be? Be green. And so yeah, top right would be green plus red. Distance to right edge is at, oh, these are actually opposites, I think. I think I flipped these. That's okay though. So yeah, we just rendered all the data that I put in there, which is cool to see that. I feel like I actually kind of fucking know what I'm doing now, which is exciting. But I know I'm going to say that and then get absolutely stuck on something here in a moment. So, okay, so now what do we have? Okay, so we do have some gradient blends happening now, which is pretty fucking cool. What is this white? Oh, and the white is the sand, and it looks like I may need to increase the resolution of my render targets. But it does actually look like it's attempting to blend on the right chunks, which are the border chunks. And so when I click here, I can actually see, yeah, the east render target. It actually should be the west. That one's east. That one's also east. So yeah, so I need to tinker a little bit here. West render targets. Yes. I did do a little oopsie here. Fix that right up. South, if dir is bottom, south. There is right, east. Yeah, and I think, like I said, I think I'm actually doing the numbers backwards. I'll check that here in a second. Okay, is that on the right side? It still says east. East. That one has south, north, and east. Now this one should have they both still have east. East? I thought you said west. Right is +1. Yes, and I am adding, correct? Chord plus dir. Yeah, okay. Top is -1. Yeah, yeah. Right is +1. Bottom is +1 and Y. Left is -1. Okay, so those are correct. If dir equals left, we're going to do the west render target. Let me check the mesh generator here. Top, right, bottom, left, north, east, southwest. Northeast, southwest. Let me check the material real quick here. Not that one. That one's the bad one. North chunk texture, green, and they are in the same order, right? RGBA. Okay, so green is now, yeah, we're lerping east. Okay, south, north, east, south, and then west is A. Okay. But why then This should have, or rather this one should have a Weast render target. It does not have a Weast render target. Why does it not? Why does it not? Let me check. This should have like a south. This should have a north. Yeah, okay, so those seem right. And what about this one? It has north and east. Now this guy, east and south, east. Yeah, east is still being weird. I wonder if I just didn't pick up the changes correctly. Potentially the file was not saved. Okay, that looks okay. Yeah, I think I just didn't live coding it and pick up the changes for a second. That was kind of lame. So this looks like kind of what I want, honestly. We're just rendering black and white, which is not ideal. Now this one, yeah, and I think again, like I was saying, I think I'm doing the numbers backwards. So let me look at that real quick. The distance to the top edge, if y is 0. Yeah, so that one seems like it's right. Distance to top edge is y. Because when we're in the last row of the array, we're in a 2D array right now. That'll be the distance. And then we divide by size, which is just the total size of the 2D array. So distance to bottom edge, size minus whatever y is. Minus 1 minus y. What is size? Is size 241? I think size is 241. Might be 240. But regardless, that should just make it slightly off. So that's probably not a problem. And so distance to bottom edge is size minus y. Yeah, that's right, because y is always going to be smaller or equal to size. It's going to be less than or equal to size. Distance to left edge is x. Okay, this seems right now, actually. This seems right now that I'm thinking about it harder. Distance to left edge is x. Yeah. Okay. So hang on, let me just render the vertex colors real quick. Because I thought they were backwards for a second. Or maybe I'm just doing the lerp backwards, possibly. Okay, so here are my vertex colors. And so, right, and wait, and so I divide by size. It should be size divided by this, right? No, it shouldn't. Top would be something like if I'm at 0, 0 divided by 240 would be 0, times 256 would be 0, so we're at the top. We have 0. Okay, so yeah, the lerp is happening backwards. Yeah. That makes more sense. I'm doing the lerp backwards. Switch it up. Oh dear. Run it back. Lerp-de-derp. Okay. So lerping is backward. I think is happening backwards. Now, I need to make sure, like, when they don't have any neighbors, that the material is rendered properly as well. Right now, the material doesn't seem to be rendered properly at all. So east, west. Okay. Why they're also not. It's interesting that, like, the lerp seems stronger it's probably the combination that I'm doing here, because one is just like laying on top of the other. And so I start with north, so that's going to be the weakest. The strongest is going to be west, okay, which is why those ones are like that, right? If it has a west, the west color is going to be strongest, okay, because they're overlaying on top of each other. Okay. How do I solve that issue? Well, I think the first issue I should maybe solve is getting the material to even render properly. Because how am I creating these render targets? Create render targets, which is just what, 256 by 256 by default. Clear is black. Auto generate MIP maps is false. Support UAVs. What is this, fucking Call of Duty? What is support UAVs? Unordered access view. I have no idea what a UAV is. Okay. Because they should be rendering like all their grass and stuff. So I guess let me just make sure that the chunk texture is proper. Oh, it updates live. Oh, sick. Okay, so the chunk texture is not right proper. Okay. I didn't realize that would update like that. Okay. Now what? Why is this material not rendering? Okay, so it's using the absolute world position quite a bit here to lerp. Now, I wonder if I'm not writing, or so I'm just writing it to a texture, so I guess it has no height. That would be why. Shit, okay, so can I do it like this? Yeah, it was all based on height, which was in the Z for the world position. But I guess now there's no world position. Okay. I thought it would, because how does writing to render target work? Renders a quad with the material applied to the specified render target. Sets the render target even if it's already set. Okay. And I just realized I have no music happening. Let me turn that on.
So what is ClickUp? ClickUp is an
Ads.
all-in-one productivity software where you can manage everything and...
Okay. So when I guess I write to the render target, and I don't, it doesn't maintain any of the height information. Okay, so I'm wondering, should I pack that into the... Yeah. I'm wondering if I should pack that into the one of these channels here. Because, like, checking this out. Yeah, absolute world position. Grabbing the Z. And I guess that doesn't work. So I guess it doesn't, like, how I thought the render targets worked is that they took a copy of the mesh with the material applied and just, like, gave me, like, a top down of it. But I guess what it's doing is it's just executing this graph. So can I pass in the input data somehow? That would be probably the easiest thing to do, but I don't know how to do that. Extra render target, material. Let's make that a bit bigger. Oh, they use a canvas internally. Interesting, okay. Okay. Okay, let me do a quick search. Where's my... There's Charlie. There he is in all his glory. Unreal Engine. Render target absolute world position. How does this work in render targets? It only has a texture coordinates. Okay. This is in 2017. It'd be nice because it said input data, so it'd be nice if there was just a way I could pass that in. But I guess maybe the way to do that is using the vertex colors. Can't use... yeah, what's the workaround? Okay, yeah, this was the misunderstanding that I had. But yeah, there should be a way. I mean, yeah, that only works for, like, something like a location. I need, specifically, I need height. Again, in 2016. Oh my lord. What is this saying? What did he link here? Yeah, I think I have to pack the height map into one of the channels. Into one of the colors. Specifically just the Z value. Can I do that? Yeah, how else can I get the height map? I just need this Z. Well, so if I put it into one of these colors, I only have from 0 to 256, which I suppose to pack in the height in there, it would have to be a percentage of the maximum, which kind of messes up everything that I did in that material. Because I was doing it based on explicit height, not just as a ratio of height. So that's kind of frustrating. Now, drawing a material to a render target. Okay, so are render targets just not going to work for this? I need Z. Okay, so I guess there's multiple problems, and I need to figure out what problem I'm trying to solve right now. Draw material with world... Let me look at this real quick. Damn gnats. Okay, so this guy, he says, I made a blueprint where I used a 2D render and rendered to a render target, the depth. Making sure I tick the box to include negative numbers, since then I don't get a 0 to 1 cap. That way I get the full accurate offset, and then I use that as a texture offset on the snow material instead of the world position node. I don't think that helps me at all. I don't think that helps me. I can't, like... What do I have on here? Set RAM. I guess what I could do, one option is to render the height map as a texture, which I totally could do. Render the height map as a texture, and just that's how I send that information. And then use that value. But again, that's I would also have to send in like a height multiplier and the height curve. Maybe I could just send in the height multiplier. That's really annoying. I wish there was just a way to feed the absolute world position. Including material shader offsets. Yeah, because I'm gonna need to give it a parameter for that. This is an interesting problem we have here. Okay. So that's, I think that would work. I think that would work. Because what I would do... Let me look at my... Where's the map generator? Here we go. So... Yeah, I guess the problem would be then the mountains. We wouldn't have a way to capture the mountain height. You know, that's what I would be sacrificing there with that method. Because like 0 to 1 would be from the minimum to the maximum noise height for that biome. Which I'm not doing anything with this mountain height anyway. Like, it's just being rendered like the rest. Because if I apply altitude blending, let me take a look at what this is. We do noise map value times altitude modifier plus altitude offset. So that actually could go over 1. Yeah, I mean, I'm not even sure if this would work the way I'm expecting it to. I'd have to change my whole material thing. Yeah, this is a problem I did not foresee. What other ways? I'm gonna zoom back out, and rather than solving the micro problem, I'm going to mentally take a look back at the macro problem. The macro problem being that I want to blend biomes together. Yeah. And I have a landscape auto material that uses the absolute world position, so I cannot have the Z value captured What? How does Z get put in here anyway, to begin with? What's happening in my backyard right now? Okay, so I could do a decal. Do decals get absolute world position? So the absolute, what I was reading was the absolute world position is tied to the mesh. And there's no way to there's no way to pass a material as a parameter to a material, from what I've learned. Moxie, bad. Stop barking. There are material functions, but I cannot do those dynamically. Like, I would have to put every single material that exists for my biomes into a material function, and then put those into all of those into a material. And for every single new one I wanted to add, I would have to add that, which I don't want to fucking do. I don't want to do that. Oh, how I wish Charlie was a chatter in my chat right now. Yeah, I guess my options are to try and I can either pack the Z information into a vertex color channel. I would also need the height multiplier, but I don't even know if that would work properly. And that would only serve to make any future improvements I do to the to my noise algorithm. It would make any changes I make to this kind of annoying, because I would have to think about how it affects the material. Oh my god. Okay, I really hate my neighbor's dogs. They bark all the goddamn time. And then my dog barks because their dogs are barking and everything sucks. Okay. Yeah, how am I going to solve this problem? So, is there any other way? Because, like, I think applying a material on top of another material can do a decal. Hang on, let me just search Unreal Engine decal absolute world position. Is it possible? What seems doable. In the decal material, you would use the function inverse transform matrix. That's a function in here. Okay. Then you would use world position as the vector to transform. So it does have some world position information in a decal, but it's not. It seems like it's like kind of weird. Like it's different. They're like, why does my node look different? It's just a new node, my dude. Okay. So let me vertex, so vertex paint. Again, if I do that
as off.
If I do that, then I would need the materials.
Need it to be dark color. Now you might be wondering, why don't we just use decals for all of these kind of grunge effects and that kind of thing? Decals, each decal will be a draw call. It's also a pretty expensive effect to project a decal onto something. Obviously decals have their place if you need it to be done in the pixel stage, so they're not limited by, you know, the density of the verts and that kind of thing. So if you need to put a piece of writing on a wall or some signage or something like that, decals might be the way to go. But for general kind of, you know, nitty gritty grunge and extra detail like this, vertex color is super powerful. Now, one other thing we can do with...
So in the... he has a video on... what is it? That plugin. Where is it? Runtime Vertex Paint.
YT.
So...
look for left mouse button and just select, or you can assign whatever.
I essentially just want to tell particular vertices to draw a different material. But I don't... The material can be anything. So how does that plugin do that? How does that plugin do that with the runtime vertex paint? Okay, so the problem I'm having is I have these wonderful materials, these landscape auto materials that work for my procedural runtime generated terrain. Now, I have different biomes in my world that look like that. Every biome could have a different material. I would like to blend between those two materials on the edges of each biome. And I don't want to have to put every material into like a function and then reference every single possible material's function inside a master material that properly blends between all of them. That's going to be a massive pain to keep updated every time I want to add a new landscape material, new biome color or something like that. So what I wanted to do was render each biome's material, or each chunk's material, to a render target, and then pass those render targets in as parameters to a blend material. But that doesn't work because the world position is not a thing for render targets, and that's what I'm using. The absolute world position Z is what I'm using to render my landscape auto material.
The key you want it to be, we can save input mapping equals when hit result and make it 50. The bigger this is, the bigger your brush is going to be, but this is enabled. So my canvas is, I think, just do setting enabled. Just do
UV from hit results.
So what I'm going to actually do
So
is first person character and increase the value here.
What did he do? What is this draw function?
Here.
Draw material. Yeah, there doesn't seem to be a... If I were to use this draw material function, there doesn't seem to be a Z, way to pass in a Z. Which I would need. I wonder if I can search something like Unreal Engine, get, I'll say material, get height without world position. Multiply it by a scalar parameter. I mean, I guess I'm still leaning towards putting my height map into a material and passing in the height multiplier as a parameter and then doing that math to get the height. Because what would that look like? That would look like something like convert that to a parameter, call this noise height map, and then that's going to look like well, something like that, something like, or just like a, yeah, sure, noise 01, yeah, it's going to look something like that. And then why don't you make your own material class thing that manages the biome/location lookup as well as do the normal material stuff? I'm sure I'm missing something obvious. No experience with material, just curious. Well, we're on equal footing in terms of our experience with material. Hello, by the way, Firmstool. Nice to hear from you. So, not sure how long you've been here, but the overall problem here is I want to blend between two materials dynamically. Those two materials could be anything. And from what I've learned over my weekend of attempting to learn materials, is that if you want to blend two materials together, they need to be material functions, and then those two material functions need to be in the same material graph. But that doesn't work for me, because I would have to create a material function for every single biome that I could have. And if I ever wanted to add a new material to my world, to a new biome, I would have to go through and I would have to add it to this like master material that's now blending between like 20 fucking different material functions. I don't want to have to do that. That's a nightmare to maintain. And so the next way to blend something would be render targets or potentially decals. And what I was going to do, and what you see here on the left, is me attempting to use the render target to render. I basically just take the two materials that are neighboring each other and I say, hey, render your material to a render target, and then I have this like blend material that just blends different directions, and I pass in a render target texture for each direction. Problem with that is because it's a render target, it doesn't have absolute world position because it's just a fucking texture, and I'm using the Z in the absolute world position to handle my landscape auto material stuff. That's why it's only sand here. It's because it's 0, and 0 is where I spawn sand. So it thinks it's on a coastline, but it's not. And so it has no information about the height. Now I could pack the height information in here a couple different ways. I could put it into a texture, render it to a texture. And the problem is that the texture colors are between two set numbers. And so I would have to do some sort of encoding and potentially pass in a height multiplier and then end up multiplying these, blah, blah, yada, yada, yada. How much of this difficulty to maintain, manage is the material graph business? Wait, what are you asking? Sorry, I can't read that right. How much of this difficulty is to maintain or manage? How much of this difficulty to maintain, manage is the material graph business? Materials are hard? Question mark. Yeah, not quite sure what you're asking. I'm probably being dumb. But I could theoretically just pack in my height into a texture, render my height map into a texture. It would look something like that. Which maybe I should just render my noise in a shader anyway, rather than on the CPU in C++. But the problem here would be that I'm not getting the absolute, I don't think. Boom! Hello. Hi, Boom. I don't know if that's how you're intending your name to be phonetically pronounced, but that's how I always read it in my head. Boom. We're talking about chunks here. Boom. Terrain chunks, to be specific. You said you don't want to have to do a bunch of stuff every time you want to add a material, so I was wondering how necessary it is to work within material graphs. It is entirely necessary, right? It's the only way to do it, unfortunately. Chunks, yes. Take notes. Is that a note taking? Yes. I mean, how else can you draw to a mesh in Unreal Engine if not for a material? If you have another way to do that, that's not writing HLSL. I'm all for it. But as far as I know, I basically haven't streamed for like the past 4 days so that I could learn materials and not do that in front of a bunch of people. And I've learned quite a bit. But spawn Niagara particles onto the surface. And then there's a kappa. How much kappa is that though? I haven't worked with Niagara yet. But I mean, my current contender for how I solve this problem is going to be to pack in my height into a texture and sample that, and then have to multiply it by some sort of other scalar parameter or something. Which would be something like, it would be like a height multiplier, I believe. Right? And then that would, don't do that, okay. I'll take your word for it. My hard-headedness knows no bounds, though, so I may end up trying it. Because, like, this is my function for doing all my procedural generation. This is how I'm generating each vert's height. And it's all between 0 and 1 up until this point. Well, up until this point, before this point. I apply the altitude blending, which bumps things up to potentially above 1. And then I apply a height multiplier. And so if I were to pack that into a texture, I'm pretty sure I lose some information there. And the only information I can get is what percentage of the height we're at per pixel, per vert, whatever. So then I would need to pass some additional information into the material to kind of recreate that, to get my absolute world position, because I don't want to... I have this landscape auto material set up to where, like, you can see, like, max grass is set to 2000, and that's 2000 in world space, and I would like to keep it that way. I would like to not have to be like, oh, this is a meadows biome, so 100% of the height is going to be grass. You know, I would rather work at an absolute level so that when things like my altitude modifiers are applied, that I can work with that, right? And specifically also because I don't have it rendered right now, I have it commented out, but my border mountains are going to be well above a meadows biome, and I won't want those to be rendered as grass, right? I want those to be rendered as regular mountains, as like dirt or stone. Yeah, I'm doing a blend here too. Ugh. Is there even a number I can come up with? I would have to redo that blending, right? Or maybe even I would have to store it somehow. I'm generating vert height. Am I storing the height map somewhere? No. Okay, so it's just being probably generated. Yeah, so we're just generating the map data. I guess I could have... This is what, a 2D array? Yeah, okay, so I suppose I could have another collection here. Or perhaps this could be, rather than a float, it could be some sort of data structure to encapsulate whatever the modifier value is to go from a 0 to 1 value to my eventual end value. And then I would have to pack that into another map, if I'm not mistaken. Unless I came up with a... Now hang on, here's an idea. If I came up with like a theoretical max across all biomes, not just within a single biome, and then divided the height map height by that, that is how I could maintain that information. That may be the easiest way to do it. I would just not be able to render anything above that height. I would kind of handicap myself there. At least not for this type of material. I was thinking of having sky floating islands and stuff in the future, but that's stretch goals as fuck, to be honest with you, so And those stretch goals never get done anyway. We all know that. So yeah, I might do that, and then probably just keep that in mind moving forward. Okay. Okay. That could work. I could just make it something really high too, and then just make sure that that max height value is passed into the material. So that would look something like, rather than height multiplier, let's call this like max world height. And then I would need to, what would I need to do here? Multiply, I need to multiply, if I'm not mistaken. And then that would give me, I think give me the same. Don't do that yet though. Something like that. Because these would all be values in between 0 and 1. Yeah. So then I guess the question then becomes, how do I take my 200 by 40 and by 240 height map and write it into a texture? I'm doing other texture stuff somewhere. Yeah, I do have a texture from color map. I created a texture and then I wrote to the texture doing, okay, so I guess I could just do this, right? Wait, what am I using this for? I could reuse this function if I'm not mistaken. Do render target textures have to be powers of 2? Or can it be 240? Because it seems like I'm just doing width and height here, which should be 240. I am using that for map display. What else am I using it for? Texture from Voronoi. Texture from height map? What am I using these things for? Okay, that was just debug stuff, but I mean that should work, right? Because that's how I was debugging the noise when I started this like 2 years ago. Texture from height map. I mean, I should just be able to reuse this function actually. Hell yeah! Okay. Lerp using HSV from white to black. That might be backwards. I feel like I would want it to go from black to white. Also, height map, I'm doing X then Y. That's not fucking correct. That's not correct at all. Okay, let's be real. I don't need height and width, just size. Okay. I guess let's try that. Back to my terrain chunk material function. Okay. Chunk texture equals texture generator. Texture from height map. Yes, pass in the height map. Easy. Okay, we've got it. And then set texture parameter value. Noise height map to chunk texture. Okay, now I'm questioning, can render targets take in material parameters at all? Hang on. Draw material doesn't seem to work with mids. Like if I have this material that I've set a parameter on, and then I use that material to render to a render target, I mean that should have the parameters, right? I feel like that should work. And then my max world height. Well, okay, so I guess I need to... I can't just like straight up pass that in, can I? Blurb using HSV. Linearly interpolates between two colors. Interpolation is performed in HSV color space. Yeah, I think I need to flip the colors here, for sure. Because I want one to be white. But I also, I need to, I may need to copy this. Texture from height map, because I need to like, yeah, divide it by max world height, yeah. But then I guess I only get a certain level of precision with that. Yeah, because I would only have from 0 to 256. So it's like the closer I make my max world height to something realistic that I'm actually going to use, then the more precision I'm going to get in my material rendering. God, it's so crazy how you have to like pack things into like 256 in materials and shit. Computer graphics is crazy, man. Fucking wild. Okay, so what am I going to call this new function? This is texture from height map. With world height? Like, what do I fucking call this? God damn it. Texture from height map 2. That's what we're I'll say world. World height. Max height. Wait. Yeah. Yeah, and so I just need to pass in a max height now. Copy that function. Boopity boppity. Let's put it into, it should be in some sort of world, it should be in the world map, world data. Yeah, in here. Seed, let's do max world height as well in 30. Float, rather, actually. Float. Max world height. That should be a T object pointer as well. Changing those whenever I see them now. Okay. I should have the world map already in here. World map, yes. World data. Max world height. Okay. So then I also need to put that value in here. That's yes. That is, you are correct. That is not a texture parameter. So it's scalar. Okay. This is going to be really interesting to see what this puts out. Do I need to do anything else? I guess we will see. Save all before we shut down here and rebuild. I also did a lot of memory optimizations as well over my brief stream break for my terrain chunks. Did some memory profiling. Got that down quite a bit actually. Still not where it should be. PCG is a fucking pain in the ass, man. It takes up so much memory. I'm wondering if that's going to be drastically different in packaged builds. I have not done a packaged build yet, so I was only doing standalone. But I was able to, I actually got rid of like where I'm storing all the verts and stuff, and I instead am just relying on the verts already stored in the procedural mesh, so cut down on that memory quite a bit by doing that. Several gigs. Yeah, let's just fucking go. Go for it. Okay, I'm still not seeing other things being rendered here, so let me just oh, and I didn't change this over, did I? No, okay. So, fingers crossed. Okay, nothing happened. Alright, shit. I guess I didn't set max world height to anything, right? So hang on. Just probably multiplied by 0. World map, max world height. Let's just do 10,000. Seems like a decent starting place. Oh, we have something. Okay, it looks like shit. Oh, the resolution is horrid. Okay. And it's not even, it's not facing the correct way? Question mark? Okay, but we do have height information, which is good. Yeah, these don't seem to be right. I'm gonna rerun just to see, because I reconnected the world position back. And I was expecting to see something different happen. Okay. So, what's the dealio? Wait, why doesn't it apply now? Do I really need to restart it now? It was just auto updating. What the heck? So I don't even think these they're not even, yeah, they're not even not right. Yeah, it's all off. Is that because I changed the X and the Y? Should that have not been that way? Maybe it was, right? No. That was not right either. Okay, so what's happening here? And I'm not doing anything, I'm just directly rendering the material. Which is that landscape auto material rendered into chunk texture. Which I guess is a texture 240 by 240. I guess now the resolution is bound by the resolution of the vertexes when I do that. But they're not even matching up, so that's a separate issue than what I'm seeing. Okay, yeah, so lots of issues happening. Some of these match up, right? Or do none of them? Okay, some of them were matching up. I guess they're not anymore. Change back to Y, X. Is that why? I think I had that backwards. I thought it was Y. There you go. Yeah, that's not correct. Is there a correct? Like if this was flipped? These are all flipsy whipsy. Okay, they're working in the lateral direction now. And sort of in the vertical direction. Okay. And that's back to being fucked. If I do Y and X, I should just be able to fucking add to this, right? Yeah, because they're good. Like that? Is that... I just need to do that? I didn't like initialize it, did I? Okay, I did. Hang on. Hang on. Okay, let's do that. Okay, so it's still working in the lateral direction, but not in the latitudinally it's working. Longitudinally it is not. Yeah, it's like flipped upside down. Yeah, that's all wrong. Undo texture from color map. Color map. Ooh. Y times width plus X equals color map. Y. It's like what direction am I iterating? I should be iterating from the top left, right? Why are they flipped? Why, let's do Y or size minus Y. What didn't you like? Oh, I have to like subtract 1 as well, I believe. Okay, I think that was probably it. Okay, what are we looking like now? I'll worry about the resolution issue after this. There we go. Okay. Now, are these in the right spots? Yeah, I think so. Yeah, okay, so that's right. My resolution is a little bad. It's quite blurry. So, And so I guess to solve that issue, I need to make this texture bigger. But I'm just going to kind of interpolate values linearly. I mean, is that okay? So I'm gonna need to do like size. How big? Like I should want this to be. I do this in a different texture, don't I? Or a different part of the program where I need a texture that's bigger than the number of points I have. I mean, linear. It should be linearly doing it anyway. So what's the code here? What's the logic here? I need to like translate. Basically need to, I need to lerp between two different heights. And I need to lerp based on how far between the points I am. Oh, this is annoying. So, should I even, I don't know if I want to solve that problem right now. I'll go back and try to solve that later. After I've verified that this works. Alright guys, so let's see what this does. This should just be like the black and white, maybe. Still. Yeah, I don't want to get caught up in the weeds fixing every problem before I know that this is the solution that I want to go with. Okay, so that's what that looks like. Interesting. It's definitely trying to blend, that's for sure. Okay, so should I be doing smooth step instead of lerp? And let me look at how I'm packing the distance information in there. So I think I kind of want to divide that by 2. Because it's gonna go through the whole, because it's gonna be from 0 to 1. This is from 0 to 1, but distance to top edge. If it's 0, then I want 0 of this. So wait, distance to top edge. If it's 0, 0 chunk. Yeah, okay, but I want to divide it by 2 because 1 would be all the way at the bottom, and I don't. Yeah. I think divide by 2 is the move here. So I want it to stop in the middle. I think. Hang on, let me think about that. Because 0 to 1 divided by 2. 1 divided by 2 is... Yeah, okay. Yeah. And really, I could actually get this into... I don't even need to use all 4 channels here. Right? Because I could divide it by 2 here. And then I could say, for the R channel, 0, 0 to 0.5 Hang on, let me open up. No. Oh, silly Windows. Okay, hello, please. Okay, never mind. We're not going to open that. Jesus Christ, Windows. Oh my God, it's like crashing. You guys see this shit right now? I have no. There it goes. Jesus. Okay, edit. Yes. Okay. So I could divide by 2, right? And so this is this would be 0 up here. So this would be going from 0 to 0.5. That this is like the middle, and then from the middle down, this would be 0.5 to 1 in the red, and that's all in the red channel, right? But I could use the distance to bottom edge, right? That could be packed in. It's like top to bottom, right? I could pack that into the same channel. I have no idea if I'm making sense, but it makes sense in my head. Because I don't want... This can actually make it easier in the material. Well, let's see what this divide by 2 looks like. Because I'm quite sure there are plenty... Okay, so divide by 2 actually makes it look quite a bit better. Oh, look at that! Everything actually matches up. They're just like completely different colors. I don't even know what the fuck is this material doing over here. Just, yeah, it's quite dark over here. Yes, quite. And this one kind of looks like shit, doesn't it? Yeah, I mean, you can see it's like... Ryan. It's like mostly there, right? I guess we've kind of got like noise laying on top of noise. Which is not quite what we want. What? Yeah, I guess what exactly do I want? Look at, first of all, let's get this texture to show up properly, because now it's like way too dark. And when I just show the base texture, looks like that. Okay. So what's wrong with these values here? It gets all dark. It gets all dark. How do fix? When I create the render targets, they're like created with black as the clear color. I'm wondering if I should create them with white as the clear color. E texture render target format. What was the default? Shit, I forgot. I feel like it was that. I feel like it was that. Now we get to clear color. F color. What? Okay. Does that make any sort of a difference? I have to rerun it, that's okay. No. No, it doesn't. Okay, all that for nothing. Sick. Sick. Okay. Yeah, I guess it just has to be the lerp. Well, and I guess I'm not supplying textures. I was trying to, let me take this out because the textures are blank, some of them. This is probably going to take up more memory though, because I'm creating a bunch of textures for every chunk. Might even take longer to... Okay, this looks better now. That would be why. Interesting. It's like blending between itself. It ain't right. What the fuck? Okay. That made it brighter, but now it's blending. Oh, you know what? Yeah, no, I get that. I get that because it's literally rendering a texture as if it was the yeah. Okay, okay. So I guess really what I want is not to create a render target and then draw the material to target. And then apply... And then I apply the neighbor biome landscape material, which does not have the proper height map applied to it. Oh, there's so much that needs to happen here. Okay. So I need to do this as well. And I'm not doing it. I guess I can probably put this in a function, right? And what do I want to call this? Because I'm going to put that in there. I guess it'd just be like create texture from material. And I would need to pass in a U material instance. And a height map. I guess I would need to get the other biome's height map, right? But I need like the current biome's material. I'm thinking about this right. And if I'm doing that, I may as well store it on the terrain chunk. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. We have a height map, U texture, Well, I don't want these to stick around, though, is the thing. Never mind. We're not going to cache it. I was going to cache it, but we're not going to do that. We're going to create it on the fly every time. Okay. So copy all that, put it into this function. I'll figure out what I need here. So, chunk texture. Height map. If I'm at this point, is every chunk going to have a height map already? And is that what I should even be doing? Okay, so I'm trying to render this chunk. I'm trying to come up with the material. And I want to blend between the neighbor's material. I need the neighbor... Yeah, I guess each chunk could have the neighbor's material, but rendered as if it was itself. That's what I should be trying to do here. So using this chunk's height map is okay. But I need to do material. It should be I guess I need to then get current LOD mesh, create dynamic material instance. And then do that. And then draw this material to a render target. Right, because that's what I was doing before. Yeah, put all this... Okay, I think this is what I do. So create that declaration. I think that's what needs to happen, right? Because then we're actually setting the parameters this way. Yeah, we create a temp texture, put it in there. Put the current height map with the opposite chunks material. And I suppose I can do the same here. I don't need to. Let me see what that looks like, if that's even correct. This has turned into such a large problem. Like, all I wanted to do was blend between two materials dynamically. And it's been a massive Aim. Play. What do we look like now? Okay. Those tracks are still dark. It looks a lot smoother though. Yeah, and we're not we don't have those materials like overlapping now. This is closer. We're getting closer. The lightness and darkness is what's off though. Yeah, there's no like hidden, there's no like noise overlapping each other now. Which is really nice looking. Where are my... Okay. Yeah, now it's just... Am I still doing, yeah, I'm still... Now, these should be... It'd still be blending between... Okay. Yeah, this isn't gonna make a difference. I shouldn't need to do this. Yeah, all we're getting here now, so we don't have a smooth blend. All we're getting now is they're a little bit lighter. Like the edges, right? You know what I'm gonna do? Should I go between, Oh, this is between green and yellow, so maybe this is a good example. Here, come here, sweetie. No, come here. I know. The other doggies are being bad. I know. Yeah. Oh god, she wants to go run after him so bad. You gotta be a good girl. Thank you. Moxie, you're gonna run and you're gonna go bark your little lungs off. Please don't do that. She's like, put me down. Put me down, Dad. Oh my god. Immediately. Okay. So, are these actually blending now at all? I mean, they are. You can tell more on this one. Like, these two don't look like they're blending at all. And I guess it's because there's too much of the other ones. Okay, so I think I need to only blend between ones that matter. Like I said, I shouldn't need to do that. I should be able to get rid of some of these render targets and not use them. Hey, stop it. Is there a way I can check if, like, if these are supplied or something? Moxie! Okay, yeah, so I basically need to not lerp if they're not supplied. Or maybe I should be lerping more cleverly. I know, it's okay, sweetie. You gotta just stop barking. Please stop. Thank you. Yeah, how else could I lerp such that... Because, like, I only want this one to take effect in the top half. But with the way... How would I do that? How would I control this based on their position in the texture? Because it's essentially applying to the entire texture with the way I'm doing it now, and that's the problem. I think. Yeah, I think I do need to pack this into 2 channels. I think that's the answer here. So I want to do this and then divide by 2. And so top bottom is going to be red. And so okay. So I have all my amounts. Do I add them together? What do I do here? So this is going to be from 0 to 1, but I divide it by 2. So this is now going to be between 0 and 0.5. I've like shrunk it down. Good girl. Are you calm down now? You're such a little Sour Patch Kid, you know what I mean? So, yeah, I have these values between 0 and 0.5. They used to be between 0 and 1. Now I've taken all the values that are at 1 and kind of like smooshed. They have been smooshed into 0 and 0.5. Now, how do I pack those into 2 channels here? if so distance to top edge would be, if it was 1, it would be at the very bottom, but now that's 0.5. I think I need to flip these upside down now or something. So let's draw in red because that's the channel I'm working with here. So if I'm here, if I'm at this point, distance to top edge, I'm at 1. Then this would be 0.5. This would be 0. Distance to top edge. Draw a bigger one there. But then I want to also incorporate this. And now this is 0.5. This is 0.25. And this is 0 for distance to bottom. So what I want it to be 0. Do I just need to make one negative and one positive? Is that what I need to do? And then apply them together. Because I still want the 0 to 1. So I want 0.5 in the middle. This math is escaping my brain right now, and I know this should be, I should know this. Yeah, I guess I just add them together. Then that would be 0. So if I'm at the middle of both of them, that would be 0.5. But if I'm at the end, I would have 0.5 here and 0 here, so that would be 0.5. Oh, my brain, what is happening? Because I guess I would want, so... Well, no, I only need to... Okay, that's the reason I'm fucking... I only need one of these now. Because if I know my distance to top edge, then I know my distance to bottom edge. My distance to, so I should go where 0, 0 is here. So distance to top and distance to left. Fist to left edge. No, dist to left edge amount. Yeah. And I don't divide them by 2. I was making that way more complicated than I fucking needed to. As that's pretty par for the course. It's pretty par for the course. Okay, so I think now that I have that, I'm going to save that and run live coding on that. So now I need to change this logic to lerp between north and south instead. So put that up there for a second. And so R is going to be 0 at the top. So put that there. Then my south texture, put that there. Okay. And then west and east. West and east. Distance to left, so I would actually want this one up here. Okay. So now I've got two competing directions here. Now, and then I got my main chunk texture as well. Now what do I do? Wait, now what do I do with this? Why did the other one make way more sense to me even though I was wrong? I don't like multiply here, do I? Do I have to do a third lerp with this value somehow? And do R and G or something? R divided by G? So like what I want is, I think I need to do some more, so a different kind of, okay, math here. So okay, I have values between 0 and 1 for their distance to top edge, but I don't want to actually use, I'm still dividing it by 2. Which I shouldn't be doing anymore, I guess. But what I do want to, I think... No, okay, I have it in my head. I do want to divide by 2, but I still want to, hang on, go back to what we had. Back. I want to lerp every single one between the chunk texture. So this is distance from top, north chunk texture. Switch these. Switch those. We do still want to divide by 2 because I want the chunk texture to be in the middle. And so if you think about it just on one side, like if I just have one side, get rid of this for a second. If I just have something in the north, I'm going to lerp based on my distance from top. If distance from top is 0, then we're going to display the north texture. And then we're going to divide that by 2. So if it's 1, it gets divided to 0.5. Wait, do I still want to divide it by 2 here? I don't think so, actually. I want to multiply it by 2. Multiply by 2. That way, we get to the center quicker. Because this is only, we're multiplying by 2 because this is only on the top half. So, by the time we're at 0.5, which is in the middle, we want to multiply that by 2 to be 1. Therefore, taking all of the chunk texture in there. Okay, so that's what I want. Put that there. Yeah, give me a copy of that. Okay, get rid of that. Oh, right. And then I need to change my channels. So east is now... east is on the right, so... That means... so we are working with the... And this is distance to the left. And so I want east... I want this to be flipped, I think. Because for on the right, it's going to be 1. Yeah. And so wait, do I need to divide this by 2 then? Or I need to do a 1 minus somewhere? We're gonna go 0. Yeah, I need to do a 1 minus. I need to do a 1 minus because on the very left, it's going to be 0. Right, and that would be correct. Wait, do I need to do the 1 minus here? Or do I need to do the 1 minus up here? I'm at the top. It's going. Okay, so I might have done this one wrong, actually. This one might be the one that needs the 1 minus. If I'm at the top, red's going to be 1. Wait, no. It's distance from top. Distance to top. Yeah, distance to left. Okay, no, so neither of these actually need... And multiplying by 2 I don't think actually does what I think it's going to do. Because we're going to start at... It's easier to think about this one for me for some reason. So if I'm starting on the left, it's going to be 0. Then we're going to go to like 0.1. Yeah, I think this does... I need to do some math to where... I need to... Oh, I just need to subtract 0.5. That's the math I need. Because this is automatically clamped, right? So I don't have to worry about values less than 0 or greater than 1. So subtract 0.5 so that it's 0 in the middle. And then 0.5 at the edge. Subtract 0.5 and then times 2. Is that what I want? I need both. Subtract by 0.5 and then times 2. I think that's what I want. I was kind of right at it. I took the long way around to get there, but I think that's correct. Because it's going to be negative until it gets to 0.5. It's going to be 0 times 2 is 0, so it's still going to be 0 at the center. And it's going to get to like 0.6. We're going to subtract 0.5 from that, it's going to be 0.1. We're going to multiply that by 2, it's going to be 0.2, and that's going to be somewhere on the right half. Yeah, okay, so that's the math I want to do. I want to do that here as well. Then I'm going to need to do the opposite for the other ones. Right, so this is north, so if I'm at the bottom, distance to that would be 1. So this is the one I need to flip, right? Yeah, okay, so this is the one I may need to flip. So I need to add 0.5, right? I appreciate those who are here sitting and watching me struggle through this. I'm learning, though. I'm learning. Okay, so if my topmost point is 0, I would want this to be 1. 1 minus this. One minus that, and so that flips it, and then we do it. Hang on, I need a second for that to solidify in my head. So, yeah, again, north is 0. If I'm at the bottom point, that's going to be 1. But at that point, I want this to be 0. I want the alpha to be 0 at that point. And I also want it to be 0 in the center. And then going from the center to the top, I want that to range from 0 to 1. Right, so in my, where's my picture? There we go. I want this. So from here to here, 0, 0. And then from here to here, 0 to 1, where this is 0.5. Okay, that's what I'm hoping to get here. So I subtract the value from 1, which would flip it upside down because what's in the red channel is from 0 to 1. I hope. Wait, it's not 256, is it? I guess I'll find out. Let's just say it's 0 to 1 for now, though. 1 minus, because it's 1 at the bottom, so it'll be 0. Subtract 5. Negative 5, multiply that with 2 is negative 1. So we do nothing with that because it's a negative value. So I think I need to flip these then. And then at 0.5, 1 minus 0.5 is let's do like 0.6. 0.6 would be like in the bottom half. So 0.6 minus 1 would be 0.4, subtracting 0.5. Okay, and so 0.4, which would be in the top half, minus 1, or 1 minus, would be 0.6. 0.1. Okay, yeah, that is what I want then. Okay. Okay, we figured it out. We're there. Okay, and so now we're doing south, so we want that. This will be the opposite of that one. Is that right? So south is going to be 1. We're going to subtract 0.5 from that to be 0.5. Multiply that by 2 to get 1. And so if we're at 0.5, which is in the middle, do I need to flip these textures? So I want the chunk texture to display in the north half. And so if I have 1, it's my distance. I'm fully distanced from the top. I need to subtract. Yeah, I need to flip these. Need to flip those. Okay. Now give me green in there. Get rid of that. Give me another one of those. And so my west, it's going to be 0. 1 minus, and then, so this is going to be the same as north. So like that. It's gonna be the same as north, but in the green channel. Then I think does this I think these need to be flipped. For my east chunk texture, it's gonna be 1 at the very end. We're gonna subtract 0.5 from that, multiplied by 2. Yeah, we do need to flip these. I got that wrong too. Okay. I think this is right. Okay, so now then, how the fuck do I take all of these and lerp them together? I guess if they're all going to be connected by the chunk texture, which should be properly lerped, and that's a big if. If they're proper, if the chunk texture is properly lerped, then I should be able to lerp all these together. Based on like the non-modified RBG channels, right? So this is north, and I should put north and south together. That's south, right? Yeah. Okay, south. And then I should just put red directly in there. Distance, because that's distance to top. So at 1, we would want the south. Okay. Yeah. And we're going to do the same here. Give me a lerp. Okay, give me green. Okay. So now that so then what do I do with these? How do I lerp these together? I guess I'll need some sort of diagonal directional value, right? Between 0 and 1. So do I just get the average of the red and green? Add red and green, divide by 2, and use that to lerp? Does that make sense? Does that make sense at all? So if I have a, let's say a 0 in the red channel, which would be all the way at the top, and I have a 1 in the green channel, which would be, that would be the top right. That would be the top right coordinate. If I added those together, that would be 1, divide by 2 would be 0.5. So I would want to lerp halfway between I feel like that this is going to produce something lerpy, right? Fuck it. Let's see what happens. Okay, what the fuck went wrong? Did I run live coding? Okay, I did. So that was bad. Okay, what could have happened? What state did I leave this in? Okay, so we are skipping. Let's not skip, just to see what happens there. Let's not skip any render targets. Okay, rerun. Okay, now I have nothing. Nothing is lerped now. Okay. Okay. Nothing is lerped now. So let's just plug one of these in here. So this is the northern lerp. Okay, like nothing is happening. What have I what have I accomplished here? What have I accomplished here? Okay, I wrote a whole bunch of code that ended up doing nothing. Let's just try that. Okay, that's... Okay, something. Okay, so the 1 minus didn't seem to work. Okay. So that is the south texture. Okay. Okay. Ooh, something is lerped there. And that's just blue. And so this is lerping in between based on red. Let me make sure I have the red stuff right. Distance to top. And I times 256. It wants colors between 256, right? Not 0? Find usages. Wait, there's like constants, right? I can look at like whatever the constants are. The hell are those? Okay, so if it's an F color, it wants between 255, not 256, because it's 0. Okay, yeah. And if it's a linear color, it would be 1. Can I just do a linear color then, just to make that a little bit easier? No, it has to be color. Okay. Okay, so times 255 rather. Okay, so if it's like 120, but I mean, yeah, that should be right. Distance to left edge, distance to top edge. Okay, I mean, that seems right. And so what have I done here? The 1 minus, I guess, definitely was not the move there, because that displaying that one did nothing. Let's look at this one. Yeah, I'm seeing nothing there. Let's look at this one. Is this probably going to be the same? Okay, there's a lot of examples there. What is that? East? Okay. So it's just blue, which is just, I guess, just combining the yellow and the green. But I only want that on, like, the right half. Hi, Moxie. Yes, I know. I know. You need to go outside soon. See, are the other doggies outside? They are. We're gonna have to wait, guys. Okay, so... East chunk texture. I can see the textures are being rendered as expected. Okay, so these ones are a little weird because I guess this is technically a what am I trying to fucking say here? An ocean biome. So I'm taking the vertex color green, which should be from 0 to 1. Subtracting 0.5. So I get okay. So I guess vertex color. Hang on, let me just put vertex color in there. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Okay. Oh, I have to rebuild. Okay. Save everything. Okay, is now a good time to take my dogs out? Okay, I think so. I'm gonna take the dogs out. I will be right back to hopefully finish this. Okay. We are rebuilt. My dogs, they have been pottied. Take that away. Okay, so let's... Okay, I'm just rendering the vertex color. And that was all black. Which ain't right. Okay, still all black. Let's just render the red channel. My vertex color's incorrect now that I changed that? Hey, Turning Cog, how are you doing? Okay, wait, what the hell? I just had all my vertex colors in here. What the fuck? What the frickety frack? Yeah, maybe you can help me, Turning Cog. I take it you are well equipped in the realm of materials. By that statement. Y divided by size times 2. That's what I had before. Oh, you built your kid a PC? Oh, that's a happy day. That's fun. He's gonna be a little gamer. He or she. Post the specs. Okay, so distance to top edge amount. Oh, he wants to develop games. Oh, just like his old, I don't want to presume man, but I'll say old man. Old man or woman. That's adorable. That is adorable. Let me know if he is good at materials. Dude, I literally just had packed up into my vertex colors the right numbers. Is it because blue is 0 that it doesn't work yet? Because now they're all 0. I'm gonna undo stuff in here. This is what I had that was working. $5,600, 64 gigs RAM, 3080. Oh, dude, that's my old build. Wait, can the 5600 handle 64 gigs of RAM? I thought it couldn't. I thought it could only do 32. But I guess if you got it working, then that means it does. Yeah, so this is a very interesting problem, I suppose. Let me see what this looks like real quick. I mean, that's not, so that's the red channel. What does my whole color look like? Okay, so that's expected. Okay, that's close. It's backwards. So, because I need to be using the that channel now. Hang on, I may have gotten it. Oh, that's sort of close. Okay, this is actually close. I need to flip. Oh, look at that. Oh, he fucking did it, dude. Oh, shit. Oh my god, I got it. Oh, dude. It only took me 2 hours and 45 fucking minutes. Look at that shit, dude. Okay, that one's a little bad. That's a little bad right there. That's okay. All I needed to do was ask for help and it was fixed. Yeah, that's how it fucking goes, right? 1- is great for flipping. Yeah, I think I don't necessarily need to do that now that I have the full channel. So, yeah, let me zoom out and explain the issue that I'm having turning cog. Maybe you can give some perspective on the macro issue and see if I'm even doing the right thing here as to how to solve it. But, so what I want to do, the base problem is that I want to blend between two materials. That shouldn't be that hard, right? You know, that happens all the time in video games. But where it gets complicated for me is I need to do that dynamically between any number of materials, right? So when I was looking up stuff, I spent, like, I haven't streamed for a while because I've been trying to learn how materials work and what the, you know, whole material ecosystem is for Unreal Engine. And it sounds like for blending, what you do is just like a material function. Exactly, that's where I'm going. That's where I'm going. A material function, you do like the material layers, and you layer blend. But what I don't want, because every biome in my world, let's take a look at the world map real quick again. So every biome in my world could have a different material. So you can imagine how that fucking graph would look. And I'll get to RVTs here in a second. I don't want to maintain a graph where I have to blend between 20 plus fucking material. I don't want to have to. I have this really nice landscape auto material that I spent this weekend cleaning up. It's automatic height map and everything, and so it applies these textures based on the height of the vertex it was using absolute world position, and I'll get to how I fix that here in a fucking second. But I create a bunch of material instances based off this one with different colors and stuff. I have like a yellow zone, I have a green zone, I have like a red as well, and I'm going to have many more. And so I don't want to shove all those into a single material, and every time I want to add a material to my world, or add a new biome, I don't want to have to go in and figure out how to blend that all together again. I want to be able to blend lots of spaghetti. Hey, the spaghetti, let me show you how improved I am with spaghetti. I'm actually quite. Here's the old. Here's the old landscape auto material when I didn't know what I was doing. Here's the new one that works better. It works better and it's cleaner. And it's got parameters. It's very nice. But yeah, I don't want to have to add materials every time and figure out how to blend them all and everything. I essentially just need a small subset of that, and I need to figure out how to blend dynamically between them. Yeah, so textures is the answer, right? You need to render these materials, these could be anything materials, to a texture, and then use those textures as parameters and blend those two together, which is what I've done. And I have like a north, a south, an east, and a west texture, and I'm just doing that blending, and that's enough. That's actually, I only need 4, right, for the directions, for each different terrain chunk direction. Come here, Moxie. Speaking of chunks, yeah, speaking of chunks, you get over here. This is a chunk. This is also a chunk. And so I looked into using RVTs, because I see that that's how other people do blending between like meshes and landscape and stuff like that. And so in looking into that, I found out that procedural meshes do not support writing to runtime virtual textures, but I figured out a workaround temporarily for that, which was extending the procedural mesh component and overriding the scene proxy function to return a scene proxy that I essentially had to copy everything from the engine code, because it renders using this get dynamic mesh elements, but it needs a static mesh elements, draw static elements. And so I had to create this function, and this is what allows it to write to runtime virtual textures. Great, we can use those now. No, we can't, because the engine has a hard-coded limit of 16 runtime virtual textures at any time. And, you know, I was thinking of having one per biome, which there's more than 16 biomes on the screen. But it's like, okay, I wouldn't be rendering 16 biomes at a time, probably. I probably wouldn't be doing that. But I decided to set that aside, because I didn't want to get too deep into that and figure out that it didn't work. So I'm just using render targets, which seem to work quite fine now that I've got them. But once I got to doing the render target, I was like, okay, I can use render targets for this. And in doing so, I found out that when you create a procedural mesh, there's this colors array. Because I still didn't know. I was like, how am I gonna like write to these textures and like sample from these textures at specific locations based on distance, right? Because that's what I need, is the distance between two chunks, each vertex in each chunk, the distance to the other material chunk or whatever. And yeah, this create mesh section function, I'd always just passed an empty array into here. But yeah, I figured out this is actually what you can use to supply vertex colors. This guy right here. So I was like, okay, I can just put all my distance information into those channels. And so that's what I have. As I'm creating the mesh, as I'm iterating over it, I'm just putting the distance to each opposite edge into each channel of the vertex color. And so this is happening per vertex. And then I'll be able to use that to blend. And I also had to set up like a bunch of stuff here. And when I'm applying the material, I have to iterate through all my neighbor chunks, and come up with a north, east render target, south render, render it if it's a different material, don't if it's not, so we can save on a little bit of memory. And then I need to use the neighbor's landscape material, but use this chunk's height map and max height. And so I got into another problem, which was my landscape auto material was using absolute world position, which, come to find out, doesn't exist for render targets, right? Because, and it makes sense, like I just never thought about it, but if you're rendering to a texture, there's no world position, right? That doesn't make sense anymore. So I was like, fuck, everything I have in this auto material is based on the height, right? And I don't want to have to do it based on like a percentage of height. I want height values like 2000 here, so that I can set, like a strict level across the board. I don't have to worry about what noise is being rendered and how high it is. So what I had to do was I had to encode my height map into a texture and I had to send it to my auto material. So here's my chunk texture. I have to like write this I have to write this to a texture pixel by pixel. That's what's happening here. I iterate over it and alert between black and white based on the height. And then I have to, what that would have given me was a percentage of max height. It wouldn't have given me a strict height. So now what do I have to do? I have to somehow encode in my max height. And I figured out that if I just come up with some number that is my world max height that I'll never render above, I can divide by that. And the closer this is to... The lower this number is, that means the higher resolution I get in my Z texture, my Z axis, I say. Because I'm just going to multiply there. And it's quite pixely because I'm only doing a 240 by 240 texture. So I'm going to create a higher resolution one. But yeah, that's another problem I had to fucking solve. Because I couldn't use absolute world position anymore with that. So yeah, I've solved a lot of fucking problems today. And I feel great about it, now that that actually... You literally came in during the aha moment. But yeah, lots of render targets. Yeah. So is this the best way I could be solving it? Maybe runtime virtual textures are a little bit better, because there's caching involved there. So maybe that's a v2.0 to see if I can get that working. I'm just worried about, like, you know, potentially rendering more than 16 at a time, given that it's a hard-coded limit and everything. But it definitely would probably save on memory as well. It's like if I click here, you can see here's all my textures that are being rendered for this chunk. It's a great start. Thank you. I appreciate that. Appreciate that. And then, so its west render target is the green one. Yeah. So, yes. Why do these look a little not blended? Can't tell. Let me switch to unlit. So I guess there's still some information showing through because of the vertex colors. Yeah, and if I just plug in vertex colors, that's what that looks like. Yeah, I should find out a way to not lerp if I don't have to. Should I just use the regular fucking... Well, no, I can't just use the regular material because it'll be at a different resolution than the chunk texture that I've rendered. That's gonna look fucking weird. My head is full of hardware, so I'm of no help for materials. You came in just in time for me to not need help, for the most part, so... Not to worry, my friend. And also, rubber duckies are valuable anyways, so... I suppose I should just write something here that just says, like, yeah, if I don't have a north, east, south, or west, don't use the blend material. Instead, just use the chunk texture. I can't just use the chunk texture. Also, do I even need a render target there? Hang on, hang on. Comment. See if we can get rid of a... I think I'm creating an extra render target when I don't need to. Okay, rebuild. We will rebuild. Or replay. Aha. Okay. I mean, I wouldn't necessarily... I really thought you were going to spline RVT volume on the borders. I mean, the plan was to procedurally spawn RVT volumes, but I don't think I would need to spline them, right? Because I would just need to set them larger than the biome. If I understand them correctly. Because they, like... you can point to them from whatever actor, right? You can say, like, hey, I want this particular RVT. Something like that. Yeah, so this is still... or wait, this is... I was using the chunk texture. Oh, right, no, I can't. I have to use the render target because that's what it uses the material plus the the texture is just a parameter. I'm done. Yeah, the texture is just a parameter. Yeah, I should have known better. Should have known better. You've been doing wild shit, so my brain just went to the max crazy. I mean, it's not that crazy though. Like that was the original plan. Can I just do this? As well. Well, no, I'm not gonna tinker. Don't tinker. Solve the problem. Then we can tinker. This, however, I think I do need them all created with what I have set up, though. I need to figure out a way in the material to, like, say, like, hey, I don't need this lerp because there's not a chunk over there. So how would I say something like that? Because there's nothing I can check to just be like, hey, is this set? Is this parameter set? I could create a different material for each combination of directional blends. I don't know if I want to do that, though. Yeah, I don't want to have to maintain that either. Not only is it a little nuts. So, I mean, that's why I come up with the render targets for each one. But it's still... I have some artifactication showing through, so maybe I should just try to solve for that. Like, you almost can't... Oh, wait. What is happening? I got, like, completely black borders now? Wait, what the hell did I change? Oh, I needed to comment that out, not uncomment. That is why. Okay. You gonna take a nap? Yeah, go take a nap, bud. Appreciate you stopping by. Have fun with your kiddo playing games and doing game dev. It sounds awesome. Yeah. It's very slight. It's very darker, very lighter. What do I need to do to get rid of that kind of an effect? Look at my... Oh no, not that one. Oh god, no. Ah, there it is. That's why. Okay, I think this is the issue. So I'm doing a little bit of noise here. Doing a little bit of noise. I think I can just use the texture coordinate here. No, I cannot. Pause. Save. And what does that mean again? Abort. Yeah, I'm applying a little bit of noise based on the world position. And if I don't do anything, is it okay? What happens now? And this was just to blend. I was making two different, slightly different grass colors. No, yeah, that's the same thing. Okay. What happens if I do that? I have no idea. Okay, so we're blending correctly now, but I don't think I have any noise. I don't think there's any noise at all. And these ones are a little bad, which is a little strange. I don't know why those chunks are bad. Yeah, they're not quite fully blended, are they? You'd never realize it. Especially with like a higher resolution. I think there's still... Oh, I'm flipped? I'm flipped a little bit. Am I? Or no, I'm not taking into account the corners. Shit, do I have to do that? Do I have to do it for the cardinal directions as well? Shit. Okay, yeah, more work to do. And I don't exactly have my world noise either for this. If I just sample... I just sampled a texture. With some tileable noise. Tiling noise. Sure. If I just pop that into there. Oh, I see some. Yeah. Very, very hard to see, but there is some there. This is just giving the grass a little gradient. Nothing crazy. And when I get higher res, this'll... I got a BRB real quick. Need to make a quick phone call. Okay. Yeah, so what the hell was I doing? Yeah, so I think the noise is there. We probably just can't see it too well because the resolution's really bad. Okay, so a couple of problems here with this. I think I need to incorporate the corners. I really do think that's the issue. Yeah. Shit, man. It's gonna be... Oh, I'm gonna need so much code for that. Is there... Because I'm doing... It's essentially the same code that I'm doing for... Oh, let me get rid of this. Hang on. Go away. Yeah, I'm doing the same. This blend to neighbors weighted average is essentially what I need to do. But I guess I have such easier access to information in C++. In Shaderland, I have to like fucking encode it in a bunch of different hacky ass ways. And so, and what information I would need is the... I guess I would need to pair a direction with a texture. How would I fucking do that, man? I mean, is it even worth thinking through that? So I have a finite number. I have eight directions. What do I need to do here? Do I want to come up with a fucking complicated ass way to fix this? Do I need to come up with a complicated ass way to fix this, or do I just do the other 4 fucking directions? Oh, that's gonna be such a pain. I guess I'm trying to think, like... I've kind of given up my vertex. Like my vertex paint functionality with this, right? Like if I ever wanted to vertex paint, it would fuck up. It would fuck up this whole thing. Yeah, I definitely need the corners. I don't even know if I have my height data encoded in here properly because the parameters I had set they don't seem to work anymore. Yeah, what do I want to do about this? Hum. Do I need to encode the distance here? Or do I already have that information somehow? Because the texture coordinate, this is a UV, right? So if I have I mean I should have the distance to edge information already. So I don't think I actually need vertex color. And it would be nice to save the vertex color for when I want to paint things. But what's the math for distance to, I mean hang on, let me search it. There's got to be something on here. Unreal Engine material distance to edges. I'll say edges. Distance field edge blending. I suppose that's what I want. Okay, get the texture coordinate, multiply it by 5, plug it into the texture sample, and multiply it by whatever this fucking number is. Distance minus min distance multiplied by fucking the fade pixel depth. Sphere mask, oh my god. Oh, it's using absolute world position. Can I use that? I probably can use that in this material. right? I probably can. Is there a way to make a workaround without deactivating the distance field lighting? Yeah, this may be some stuff I need to look at more offline. Distance to... Let me look this up. Okay, let's watch some Prismatica. Hell yeah.
It's been years in the
Hell
making,
yeah.
but at long last, the
Love
next
me
big
some
thing in
Charles.
wings is
Oh, look at that. I like the blob.
Off my seat, please. That's where I sit.
Oh, kitty
Excuse me.
cats.
Excuse me. Here you go.
Oh, he's got three.
Hello, and
Jesus.
welcome back to 5 Minute Materials, the show where we demystify every node in the Unreal Engine material graph. Today, we are here to look at distance fields. So, what is a distance field? Well, if we go into our scene, up here where it says show, we can hit that. We're going to go to visualize, and we're going to click on mesh distance fields.
Visualize mesh distance fields. Yeah, okay. I don't know what the fuck I was expecting. Do I have to turn it on? I don't have any. I don't have any. I guess that might be a baked thing. I don't know if I can do that with runtime procedural shit. Editor? No, it's probably project references, right? Distance. Now generate mesh distance fields. Okay, it is on. Okay. Well, okay, this may not be for me then.
So now what we have here looks kind of spooky. What we are looking at are some raycasts that are done offline, and they basically say how close are we to a surface. So if we were to grab this windmill and we'll just chuck it way up in the sky, little darling, this is just a visual representation of, you know, where the distance fields are and how accurate they are to the mesh. So what can these actually be used for? Today we're going to be talking about how materials can interact with distance fields. So let's just go ahead and grab a
Yeah,
cube.
so I don't think procedural meshes have distance fields.
Fantastic. And we're going to create a new material. We're going to pop that material onto the cube, and we're going to open up this material. I'm going to put its base color to 0 for now, and also its specular down to 0. We now have a black cube. Fantastic. The node we're going to be looking at is called distance to nearest surface. You don't have to plug anything into it, although depending on what you're doing, you might want to use world position excluding material offsets. But if we were to just plug this into the base
So I want
color,
to see what these can do.
then you can see nothing useful is coming out of this, right? And the reason this is happening is because this cube itself is emitting a distance field. So any material that is using distance fields in its shader calculation, more often than not, you don't want it to be emitting a distance field. So let's go into here. We're going to go Effect, Distance Field, Lighting, untick that, and now our cube is completely white. Now the reason this cube is completely white is because it is more than 1 centimeter away from a distance field. So what we're going to do is this distance to nearest surface, we're going to divide this down. You can see that the color often
Yeah,
than
I
not,
wish I
what you're
had that
gonna-
information. Shit. So I can't use that node. Because it has to be like baked. What was my other search? Okay, so I found one thing that won't work. It said Unreal Engine material distance to edges. Like I should have that information. I shouldn't actually need, now that I'm thinking about it, I shouldn't actually need to calculate that information outside of the material and pass it in as vertex colors. Depth fade node and plug it into opacity. What was the question? Again, using mesh distance field. Distance to nearest surface. Distance to, it should really just be UV edges, right? Shape independent edge texture fade. Are you using object local bounds? What is that node? With the attempt, I managed to get the results in the third image. Okay, I don't want distance. Blend to blend mesh edges together.
By switching to AAA insurance, we're able to save over
And distance
$450.
fields. Fuck. So what was his, hang on, let me go back to this other one. Managed to get the result in the third image. UVs were laid out as in the last image, not at all to my liking. I mean, dude, I'll take this. Oh. Yeah, I just need to do all that, don't I? What is Fresnel? What? Hang on. What is Unreal Engine Object Local Bounds? Well, is that what it was? Don't know what out of bounds pixels are, but I have none. I would take local bounds, minimum, max, and size. But yeah, I feel like doing this bottom part actually kind of gets me what I want. Yeah, and then I would get R. Yeah, there's definitely a way for me to do this. Distance field gradient, object position. Object position, huh? What is object position? I mean, how is that different from... How are these two things different? So let me try something here. Texture coordinate. What happens if I just do that? It's probably nothing. Okay, so this is actually okay. This is possible. I just need to figure out how to like subtract this and stuff. Mask. Just R. That makes sense. That makes sense. I can do this. I don't need that at all. I just need to know what direction I'm looking at. Yeah. I don't need the vertex colors at all. So let's start with red. So red is now left to right. Okay, red is now left to right. And then this is going to be west, so I want white to be on the left side. Okay, so I just need to do this. There. There. And there. Okay, and so green, let's look at green now. Green, okay, so this is going to be top. This is going to be for north. Okay, so this, we need to flip these. That there, put that there. Now if I just look at red, okay. Kind of do want to subtract, I'll just do that. Yeah, I think I do. I think I need to subtract 0.5 from this value over here. Let's see what that looks like. Me unlit? Yeah, we're flipped upside down somehow, some way. Oh yeah, this. We'll just do that. Yeah, what do I need to lerp? What does divided by 2 look like? How's that different from just... Okay, it's just not as bright. Because it's from 0 to 0.5. Okay, something's wrong here. Let me go back to this. So green is top bottom. Something ain't right here. Do I need to flip the textures actually? Hang on. Undo, 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 undo. Redo? Okay, so if I'm just looking at the green again, let's do that. We have white. White is in the top. White is in the top. Should be, and it's 0 to 1. Subtract by 0.5, multiply. I mean, really, I should just be doing that. Okay, that is what we have. So that's not the issue. Let's just look at this one. We just need to like saturate somewhere. Very blue. I mean, I guess it's because it's blending to... Well, why doesn't it go... It's only vertical. Why are the horizontal ones not fucked up? The horizontal ones look good. Why do not the verticals? What happens if I saturate? Nothing. Okay. So yeah, why? Give me just this one. Give me just this one. Okay, so those are both something hinky's going on here. That is white in the bottom direction. So what's what, pray tell, is making you my render targets look correct. Northeast, west, and south. What's happening there? What's happening there? Well, that's not right, because that's flipped upside down. Subtract by 0.5, multiply by by 2. What does just green look like again? Just green. Okay, just red. Okay, red is on the left. Green is on the bottom. Or I guess I should say top. It's on the top. Red is on the right. I guess it's bottom left. What's happening here? Kind of want to take out the blurb. Let's re-render real quick. Yeah, those are like lerping backwards, it seems. Okay, so I'm like, should this be an ad? Is that what's happening wrong here? is upside down. This one's wrong. This one, like, doesn't do anything. I'm like right on the cusp of figuring this out. I feel it. I can feel it. What does this look like? Okay, that's all white. So wait a second. This isn't correct. Go back to that. Apply. That is what I want. What if I just subtracted 0.5? Okay. Yeah, I mean, that is what I want, though. If I'm thinking about this correctly, that's what I want, right? Because I want white is 1. 1 will give me B. If it is 1, then it'll be the complete north texture, which is in the north direction, so that should be correct. But I'm getting this fucky wuxiness here. It's hinky, alright, that's for sure. Oh, I'm still adding, which isn't right. Okay. Yeah, why am I blending away? So if I do this, this is the northern textured ones. It's, okay, so my values are too low in the opposite direction. Do I need to saturate somewhere? I mean, sure, that's not going to make a difference, right? No, it's not. Okay. Saturate this. What in the heck? This looks like what I want. My lerped values for these, I'm like, it's way too fucking blue. Why is it blue? What is blue? What's just subtracting 0.5 look like? The same thing, but... And then just, if I just look at green. Okay, and then what if I just do green? I mean, that looks good. And so what if I just do 1 minus green here? Oh, yeah, I mean, that looks good. Okay. No, I have to do the point because it has to be half. They have to meet each other. My headset's dying. It has to be half so that they can meet each other. Or I only do one direction, but that would be kind of lame, right? Because then if I only do one direction. Not only am I saying the term one direction, but now all the northern border of every biome is blended, and that's not very. We can figure this out. We don't need to resort to that. We can figure this out. So let me just look at left and right, because left and right seemed like they were correct. It's not. Doing that is like. What is this? This is west, so left. Yeah, it doesn't like the 1- textures. Okay, that's what I'm finding out. The 1- is, or rather, it doesn't. It hates the non-1- textures. Okay. Why are those? If I do this, do I still get the nasty blue? No, I don't. If I do this, I don't have the minus 0.5 values. Hang on. I still get I get the nasty blue for that one, but I don't get the nasties with this one. Why is that? This one is nasty. Ish. Okay. So let me figure out why this is so nasty. So I subtract 0.5 and then multiply by 2. Is that what is this value? It should be 0 to 1, right? Let me plug that back in. So if I subtract 0.5 from that, what does that look like? Do I not need to multiply that one by 2 then? Subtracting by point, it does not like subtracting by 0.5 there. But it's from 1 to 0. Or 0 to 1. Okay, just fucking plug in red. It's from 0 to 1. Right? So let's do this instead. Flip them. Do I get nasty blues with that? I do. I do still. Okay. Okay. Is multiplying by 2 the... Is that what I'm doing wrong here? Because that looked good. That looks good. Still get the fucking blue. What is wrong with this? Goddamn. What is wrong with you, north-south? So I guess there's nasty blues on those ones, but they counteract each other. Because they're presumably set up correctly. Still wrong. Still wrong. I don't even know if this is what I should be doing here. Adding them and then dividing by 2. Yeah, I mean, this does seem backwards from what it should be. But that's just weird. What is that? We're blending south? That does look slightly blended, right? Now we're blending north. Why is G working different than R here? The render targets seem to be correct. East. What is happening here? Why is the north-south working differently? They very much look the same to me. Like, the code is the same. Why? Why is this one all pretty? That's great, that's beautiful. Smooth blend. Look at that. Smooth blend. Am I just off, like, is it just off by a fucking tad? Like... Why are you like this, green channel? Why do I feel like something like I have a minus, I'm off by 1 in my code somewhere. That's what this feels like. when I'm like calculating the vertices or UVs of the fucking chunk or something. This is a Hail Mary. This is a fucking Hail Mary. How funny would this be if this fucking worked? If this works, I'm gonna be so astounded that I figured it out. No, okay, that didn't seem to do anything. Size is height-map.num. What do you need, miss? You need attention? Is that what you need? Oh, there's Mr. Famous, too. You wanna say hello, mister? Oh, here's the other doggo. Hi, buddy. Oh, thank you. My little baby boy. Oh, and then the chunky girl. There she is. Hello. Moxie, why is my green channel not playing nice? You know why? Whoa. Okay. Dude, I was really praying that this was gonna fucking fix it. Yeah, what else? What? I actually think -1 is the right thing to do there. But they didn't change a goddamn thing. About this blend. I mean, it's not even trying to fucking blend. That's the thing. Do that. That's like sort of what this is. North texture. Yeah, so it works there. Has a north. Does it work there? I mean, it kind of starts to. Yeah, so this containing blue. So, when I look at like, what is this? When I look at west, or west as we say. What do we look like here? These ones do start to blend. They're okay. Is it just the green? Is it just the green chunks that are issues? Like the, not even just the channel, just like this color green. Should only be looking at the, because like these ones are blending west as well. Blending green to the yellow, is that what the, is it just a, not necessarily a math issue, it's just a chunk color issue? Yeah, it only happens on these green ones. What the hell is going on with these green ones? Maybe it's happening on the yellow ones, just not as noticeable. Going left and right. But like, left and right wouldn't work though, somewhere. This is great. This is brilliant. Why can't I have this in both directions? I'm doing the same goddamn thing. I don't know. What are your render targets looking like? You just have one in the south. And your southern guy, he's got one in the north, but he blends fine. So these ones aren't necessarily blending correctly either. But it's like, why is this one blending fine? Like, why doesn't this one look weird? I mean, maybe it does, I just can't tell. Yeah, I mean, these ones aren't right either. I mean, this has definitely got to be a material thing, right? I'm running out of fucking ideas here. Can I just like multiply this by like 0.9? Don't ask me why I'm doing this. Okay, that didn't do anything. Still blue. What? Oh my goodness. Okay, so wait a fucking second. Why do I need to do that here, but not on the other ones? Those aren't quite blending. What is the fucking red channel coordinates in? I must have this wrong somehow. It's so strange. I didn't see any difference when I saturated. Well, I guess it can only go so dark. I suppose that's why. How? What? I'm so confused as to why this works. Okay, it works though. We figured it out. Shit. Okay. Okay. Yeah, that ain't the move. Whatever I'm doing here ain't the move. So now that I've got my distances properly lerped, my directionally, how do I combine them? What am I combining them together on? What if I just did max? Is there a max? There's got to be a max. Yeah. Why don't I just do max of these two? What happens when I do that? Not correct. It's not correct. I don't think min would be either. No, okay, so why don't I take these two values and lerp between them based on their average? Nice! Why don't I just do a 0.5 lerp? What does that look like? Oh, I don't... Well, hang on. Hang on. So I suppose... add these two together and get their average. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense, I suppose. If I just did the average of the two? Yeah, now no one's happy. In that scenario, no one's happy. Add them together and saturate? Just add them together. Yeah, I mean, that's all bad. Do I need to subtract 0.5 from these? And then add them together? Because I want to blend between these based on, like, what, how much... It'll be like distance. What if I just do R and G? Hang on. What if I just do that? Right there. Well, that would make sense because I have nothing plugged in. Yeah, that doesn't look good either. Saturated RG? Nothing. Still nothing. Okay. RG. We've subtracted 0.5. Now we must add them together to get an alpha. Still not what I'm looking for. And dividing by 2 is just going to make it like, what, darker or some shit? Yeah, kinda did something. Yeah, what's, so R is my... What does this look like? I should get like a circular. I want like a circular thing. Right? I need a gradient from the center. Isn't that what I need? No, I think I do need, like, I need two different... triangles, right? When I just add them together, I get that. Okay, so I think I just need, like, to combine every direction of this. Right? What if I just subtracted them from each other? Can I just do like a radial gradient? Okay, so what happens if I do this? It actually looks okay on the... So why is it just, why isn't it blending on the left and right anymore? It's literally just like a 1 or a 0. It's not actually doing like any sort of radial blend. And like, I did like an add these two together, add these two together. What's that look like? It's like trying to blend but not enough, and dividing by 2 is just gonna make that duller. More duller. Yeah, so adding them together to lerp. I can't get this to blend in both directions now. I can't... I'm pretty sure I need some sort of radial gradient. Or I need some, like... How do I get, like, a amount of top... amount of, like... I need distance to diagonal. The diagonal. That's what I need. Do I subtract the RNG? Hang on. Get rid of these. Subtract them from each other. What does that give me? Dev, hello, how you doing? And that definitely doesn't, yeah, it still doesn't lerp on my sides. Okay, yeah, I need distance to... Did I manage to fix the height blending from the chunk altitudes and the noises? Yes, so all my chunks and stuff are blended together with different noises. As you can see here, this is like a more flat one. There's a smoother one over here. And then they blend into a different noise, and you can actually see the altitude change. Here's a higher altitude, this is lower altitude. But now we're trying to blend materials. And is it something trivial, or did I need to remake some stuff? It was all about doing the weighted average sum correctly. And once I got that correct, it was all about doing things in the right order. Because I'm doing multiple steps. I'm blending, you know, I'm generating the noise value, I'm applying a height curve, I'm blending between altitudes, and then I blend between noises, and then I apply the border mountains, which I have turned off for now to test the material blending. So, not trivial, I think, is the answer to that. It was just more work. Now, yeah, I need like a square root. A square root. I don't know if I square root that. Does anything special happen? No, not really. I think I know in my head what I need it to look like. I need it to look like a square radial gradient. Well, the thing is, like, I did the radial gradient. Right, like plugging that in. Something like that would be what I want, I think. Then I put that in there. Do I? No, I think I need the do I need white in the... I think I just need to get white actually in the top right. That's the same thing? Yeah, that's the same thing. Can I just do like a 1 minus? No, still not quite right. What would I do? I need... If I just subtract them, I get that. Do I need to do a 1 minus on each of them, then subtract them? What does that get me? That's something. What does that look like? Not quite. Also not quite. Still getting that nasty blue as well. So I have R and I have Q. And R is... Do I also need to subtract 0.5 from it as well, like I did here? Yeah, I can't quite figure out the right combo here. Yeah, it is about time for me to hop off though, so I am going to find someone to raid. Odd's not on anymore still, I guess. Who else is on? Oh, Rian? Rianart? Is that where he probably raided Rian as well? Let's do it. Okay, yeah, we'll get this figured out tomorrow. Maybe I'll probably honestly get this figured out like tomorrow morning before work or something offline. But yeah, thank you all for stopping by and hanging out. I got a lot done today, and I'm excited to do more. So yeah, come back and check out my progress again. Bye.
Oh my gosh. Madrong, what's going on, man? Oh, what's going on, man? That's quite welcome. Well, hello. What were you up to? Thank you so much for the raid. What's up, software crew from my drong? You guys are very welcome here. I am creating a little walk cycle for a new enemy type. I'm building a little tower defense game out of C++ and STL. Build it myself and doing all the art from the ground up. A game from scratch. No game engine. Oh, God. Is he crazy? And so you build up a bunch of offensive and defensive measures, and you get ready, and out pours the waves of enemies to kill you, to chop you down and take your resources. But instead, watch this. When you kill an orc, this is the first enemy type. When you slay an orc, I just added armor, so it's actually, the hits are like pretty weak right now. But we'll kill this guy. As soon as we kill this guy, you'll see They're trying to take our resources, but look, the roots come up and they suck them into the ground. That's right. The tree absorbs the resources of the orc. It's a battle of resources. Little tower defense game here. And making it for PC and Mac, desktop style. Mouse and keyboard. And that's what we're up to, man. Plain and simple. Simple and plain. Nice. But yeah, what were you guys up to? Madrong, if you need to like raid and run, please do. Go take care of yourself. But if you'd like to talk about what you did, let me know. Let me know. I'm always down to hear about that. Okay, so we're working on the arm. Okay, I see the problem there. I see what you're trying to do, arm.